Scriptura, Sola Scriptura. At the beginning of all things, God formed the heavens and the earth. The earth had not yet taken shape, and the deep remained in darkness, while the Spirit of God moved gently above the waters. Then God spoke, "Let light appear," and light began to shine. God looked upon the light and saw that it was good, and separated the brightness from the darkness. He called the brightness day and the darkness night. Evening came, then morning, and the first day was complete. Then God spoke, "Let there be a wide expanse between the waters." He formed the open sky, placing waters below it and waters above it, and everything found its place. God called the expanse heaven. Evening came, then morning, and the second day was complete. Then God gathered the waters into their appointed places, and dry ground appeared. He called the dry ground earth, and the gathered waters seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God spoke to the earth, and green plants began to grow, seed-bearing plants and trees filled with fruit, each according to its kind. The earth became full of life. Plants carried their seeds, and trees produced their fruit, each according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. Evening came, then morning, and the third day was complete. But then God placed lights in the heavens to distinguish day from night, to mark the seasons, the days, and the years. They shone from the open sky, bringing light upon the earth, and everything happened according to His word. God formed two great lights, the brighter light for the day, the gentler light for the night. And He also formed the stars. He placed them across the heavens to shine upon the earth. They gave light to day and night, separating brightness from darkness. And God saw that it was good. Evening came, then morning, and the fourth day was complete. Then God spoke, and the waters became full of life. Creatures moved beneath the surface, and birds flew across the open sky. God formed the great creatures of the sea, and every living thing in the waters, each according to its kind, and every bird with wings. And God saw that it was good. God blessed them and said, "Fill the seas with life, and let the birds increase throughout the earth." Evening came, then morning, and the fifth day was complete. Then God spoke, and the earth brought forth living creatures, animals of every kind, small and great, and And so it happened, God formed every animal of the earth, each according to its kind, and every creature that moved upon the ground. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us create humankind in our image, and let them care for the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, the animals, and all the earth. So God created humankind in His image. In the image of God they were made, together they were created. God blessed them and said, grow and fill the earth, care for the land and watch over every living creature in the sea, in the sky, and upon the earth. Then God said, I have given you every plant that bears seed, and every tree that produces fruit. They will provide what you need. And for every animal, every bird, and every creature upon the earth, I have provided green plants. And so it happened, God looked upon everything He had made, and saw that it was very good. Evening came, then morning, and the sixth day was complete. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended His work which He had made, and He rested on the seventh day from all His work which He had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it He had rested from all His work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. And there was not a man to till the ground, but there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there He put the man whom He had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pison, that is it, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goes toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die. And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper suitable for him. And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. Whatever Adam called every living creature, that was its name. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the birds of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper suitable for him. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her to the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. A voice of doubt whispered in the garden, questioning the words that had been given. The woman answered, we may enjoy all that has been provided, but one tree stands apart, its fruit is not for us to take. The voice replied, nothing will happen, you have nothing to fear. It promised wisdom and open dreams of becoming more than before. The fruit seemed beautiful, pleasant to the eyes, and full of promise, so they reached out and shared it together. different, they became aware of themselves and covered their shame. When the Lord walked through the garden, they hid among the trees. Then the Lord called, "Where are you?" They answered, "We were afraid, so we hid." The Lord asked, "What has changed? Did you choose the one thing I asked you to leave?" The man answered, "I accepted what was offered." The woman replied, "I was persuaded, and I chose to take the fruit." And the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel." To the woman he said, "I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception in sorrow. You shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your husband, and he shall rule over you." And to Adam he said, "Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, you shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground for your sake, in sorrow shall you eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, until you return to the ground, for out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and to dust shall you return." And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. To Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins and clothe them. And the Lord God said, "Look, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever." Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from where he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bore his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering to the Lord. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect to Abel and to his offering, but to Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door. And to you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it happened when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and killed him. And the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel your brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield to you. Her strength a fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth. And Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Look, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that finds me shall kill me. And the Lord said to him, therefore whoever kills Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And to Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methusael, and Methusael begot Lamech. And Lamech which took to him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. And Ada bore Jebel, he was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal, he was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, you wives of Lamech. Listen to my speech, for I have killed a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and called his name Seth. For God said, she has appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain killed. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begot Enos. And Seth lived after he begot Enos 807 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enos lived 90 years, and begot Canaan. And Enos lived after he begot Canaan 815 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enos were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. lived 65 years and begot Jared. And Mahalaleel lived after he begot Jared 830 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and he begot Enoch. And Jared lived after he begot Enoch 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years and begot Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, "This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord has cursed." And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old. And Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, "My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, "I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the birds of the air, for it repents me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with God, and Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and look, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said to Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and look, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark shall you set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And look, I do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven. And everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of birds after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after its kind. 2 of every sort shall come to you, to keep them alive. And take ye to you of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all that God commanded him, so did he. And the Lord said to Noah, come you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of birds also of the air by 7s, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according to all that the Lord commanded was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of birds and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in two and two to Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the self-same day entered Noah, and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every bird after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in to Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of bird and of cattle and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land died, and every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle and the creeping things and the bird of the heaven. And they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. remembered Noah and every living thing and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated, and the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent forth the raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned to him into the ark. For the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her into him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and look, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again to him anymore. And it happened in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 20th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons wives with you. Bring out with you every living thing that is with you of all flesh, both of birds and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went out, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every bird, and whatever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went out of the ark. And Noah built an altar to the Lord, and took of every clean beast and of every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet aroma, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake, for the imagination foundation of man's heart is evil from his youth, neither will I again destroy everything living as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every bird of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hands are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you be you fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And God spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, "And I I establish my covenant with you, and with your offspring after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the birds, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. Whenever clouds gather above the earth, the rainbow will appear among them. It will remind us of the everlasting promise between God and every living creature. The rainbow will remain as a sign of hope and a covenant that endures forever. God said to Noah, this is the sign of my promise for all the from their families, the nations grew and life spread throughout the world. Noah cultivated the land and planted a vineyard. As time passed, Noah became weary and rested within his tent. One son witnessed his father's weakness and spoke of it to his brothers. The others responded with honor and care, protecting their father with kindness and respect. When Noah awoke, he understood what had happened. He spoke about the future of his family and the generations to come. He blessed the Lord, the God of Shem, and prayed for his descendants. May God enlarge Japheth, and may peace remain among the families. Noah continued his journey for many years. His life became a lasting testimony, remembered through generations. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham and Japheth, and to them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tyrus. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sapta, and Ramah, and Saptecha. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord, wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah. And reasoned between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. And Mizraim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Casluhim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtorim. And Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and Sinite, and the Arvidite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar to Gaza, as you go to Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even to Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. To Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Selah, and Selah begot Eber. And to Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begot Almodad, and Sheleph, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go to Sephar, a mount to the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. And the whole earth shared one language, and spoke as one. As they journeyed together, they found a place to settle, and made it their home. They said to one another, let us build with our hands, and shape something new. Let us build a city and a tower reaching high, to make a name for ourselves and stay united. And the Lord came near to see what they had built. He saw the people as one, with a shared voice and great imagination. So a change came among them, and their speech became different in many ways. They began to move in new directions, spreading across the earth, and the work came to a pause. That place became a turning point, where many voices began, and people spread throughout the world. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 30 and 5 years, and begot Sola. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Sola 403 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Sola lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And Sola lived after he begot Eber 403 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Eber lived 30 and 4 years, and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begot Reu. And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 30 and 2 years, and begot Serug. And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begot Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years, and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son, Abram's wife. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and lived there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Now the Lord had said to Abram, "Get out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you, and in you shall all families of the earth be blessed." So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, to the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring will I give this land. And there built he an altar to the Lord who appeared to him. And he removed from there to a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hay on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to live there. For the famine was grievous in the land. And it happened when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said to Sarai his wife, look now, I know that you are a beautiful woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see you, that they shall say, this is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you. And it happened that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very beautiful. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he treated Abram well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen and male donkeys, and men servants and maid servants, and female donkeys and camels. And the Lord struck Pharaoh and his house with great plagues, because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, what is this that you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to be my wife. Now therefore, look, your wife, take her and go your way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver and in gold. went on his journeys from the south, even to Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, to the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanite and the Perizzite lived then in the land. And Abram said to Lot, "Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdmen and your herdmen, for we are brothers. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. If you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left." And Lot lifted up his eyes and saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt as you come to Zoar. Then Lot chose for himself all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, and Lot lived in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said to Abram after Lot was separated from him, "Lift up now your eyes and look from the place where you are northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your offspring forever. And I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your offspring also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it to you." Then Abram removed his tent and came and lived in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar to the Lord. And it happened in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zor. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and struck the Rephaim and Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzams in Ham, and the Emims in Shivah Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir to El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and struck all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that lived in Hazon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zor. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there. And they that remained fled to the mountain, and they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who lived in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he lived in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants born in his own house 318, and pursued them to Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and struck them and pursued them to Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom persons and take the goods to yourself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand to the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, and Ereshkigal and Mamre, let them take their portion. After these things the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am your shield and your exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, Look to me, you have given no offspring, and look, one born in my house is my heir. And look, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own body shall be your heir. And he brought him forth outside and said, Look now toward heaven and count the stars, if you be able to count them. And he said to him, So shall your offspring be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said to him, I am the Lord that brought you out of Ur of the Chaldees to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said to him, Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a female goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took to him all these, and divided them in the middle, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And look, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said to Abram, Know for certain that your offspring shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it happened that when the sun went down and it was dark, look, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, to your offspring have I given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites and the Kenizzites and the Cadmonites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Rephaims and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Girgashites and the Jebusites. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said to Abram, look, now the Lord has restrained me from bearing. I pray you go into my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in to Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said to Abram, my wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and you. But Abram said to Sarai, look, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water, in the wilderness by the fountain, in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, from where did you come, and where will you go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said to her, return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hands. And the angel of the Lord said to her, I will multiply your offspring exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said to her, look, you are with child and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord your affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall live in the presence of all his brothers. And she called the name of the Lord that spoke to her. You, God, see me, for she said, have I also here looked after him that sees me? Therefore the well was called Bir Lahai-roi. Look, it is between Kadesh and Bed. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bore, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, I am the Almighty God, walk before me and be you perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, as for me, look, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your offspring after you, in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be a God to you, to your offspring after you. And I will give to you and to your offspring after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession. And I will be their God. And God said to Abraham, you shall keep my covenant. Therefore you and your offspring after you, in their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you, and your offspring after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your offspring. He that is born in your house and he that is bought with your money must needs be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And God said to Abraham, as for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yes, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, shall a child be born to him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you. And God said, Sarah, your wife shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his offspring after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Look, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear to you at this set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said to him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. And the Lord appeared to him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. and I will fetch a morsel of bread and comfort you. Your hearts after you shall pass on, for therefore are you come to your servant. And they said, so do as you have said. And Abraham hastened into the tent to Sarah and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal kneaded, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran to the herd and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it to a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said to him, where is Sarah your wife? And he said, look in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life. And look, Sarah your wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also. And the Lord said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, no, but you did laugh. And the men rose up from there and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. And the Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it which is come to me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from there and went toward Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perhaps there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, look now, I have taken upon me to speak to the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Perhaps there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spoke to him yet again and said, perhaps there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said to him, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Perhaps there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, look now, I have taken upon me to speak to the Lord. Perhaps there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet, but this once, perhaps 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned to his place. Two messengers came to the city at evening, and Lot was sitting at the gate. When he saw them, he rose to welcome them and bowed with respect. He said, please come into my house, rest here tonight, and continue your journey in the morning. But they said they would stay outside. He insisted strongly, so they went with him, and he prepared a meal for them. Before they rested, the people of the city gathered, surrounding the house from every side. They called out to Lot, asking about the visitors and demanding to see them. Lot stepped outside and closed the door behind him. He said, please do not act in this way. These guests are under my care, please respect them and let no harm be done. But the crowd grew restless and pressed forward, trying to force their way inside. Then the visitors reached out and brought Lot back inside, closing the door safely. And confusion came upon the crowd, so they could not find their way. and said to Lot, "Have you here any besides son-in-law and your sons and your daughters, and whatever you have in the city? Bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is grown great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it." And Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, "Arise, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city." But he seemed as one that mocked to his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hurried Lot, saying, "Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters, which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city." And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful to him. And they brought him forth and set him outside the city. And it happened when they had brought them forth outside, that he said, "Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed." And Lot said to them, "Oh, not so, my Lord. See, now your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed to me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. See, now this city is near to flee to, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape there, is it not a little one? And my soul shall live." And he said to him, "See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you become there." Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and looked, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot lived. And Lot went up out of Zoar and lived in the to live in Zor, and he lived in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come into us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve offspring of our father." And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said to the younger, "Look, I lay last night with my father, let us make him drink wine this night also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve offspring of our father." And they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger rose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon to this day. And Abraham journeyed from there toward the south country, and lived between Kadesh and Shur, and stayed in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, "She is my sister." And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, "Look, you are but a dead man for the woman which you have taken, for she is a man's wife." But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, "Lord, will you also slay a righteous nation? Did he not say to me, she is my sister?" And she herself said, "He is my brother in the integrity of my heart, and innocence of my hands have I done this." And God said to him in a dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore I did not allow you to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours." Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants and told all these things in their ears, and the men were very afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us? And in what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What did you see that you have done this thing?" And Abraham said, "Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will kill me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister, she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it happened when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, 'This is your kindness, which you shall show to me. At every place where we shall come, say of me, he is my brother.' And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants and gave them to Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, 'Look, my land is before you live, where it pleases you.' And to Sarah he said, 'Look, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Look, he is to you a covering of the eyes to all that are with you, and with all other.' Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bore children. For the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. And the Lord cared for Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did to Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said, "God has made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me." And she said, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age." And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne to Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said to Abraham, "Cast out this bondwoman and her son, For the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said to Abraham, let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad and because of your bondwoman, and all that Sarah has said to you. Listen to her voice, for in Isaac shall your offspring be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is your offspring. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the skin, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat her down over against him, a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said, let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven and said to her, what ails you, Hagar? Do not fear, for God has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skin with water and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and lived in the wilderness and became an archer. And he lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it happened at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spoke to Abraham, saying, God is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear to me here by God that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done to you, you shall do to me and to the land wherein you have stayed. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I do not know who has done this thing. Neither did you tell me, neither did I hear of it until today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said to to Abraham, "What do these 7 ewe lambs mean, which you have set by themselves?" And he said, "For these 7 ewe lambs shall you take of my hand, that they may be a witness to me, that I have dug this well." Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore, both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham stayed in the Philistines' land many days. And it happened after these things that God tested Abraham, and said to him, "Abraham." And he said, "Look, here I am." And he said, "Take now your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, and go into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell you of." And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and split the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went to the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place far off. And Abraham said to his young men, "Stay here with the donkey, and I and the boy will go there and worship, and come again to you." And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spoke to Abraham his father, and said, "My father." And he said, "Here am I, my son." And he said, "Look, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for burnt offering?" And Abraham said, "My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering." So they went both of them together, and they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called to him out of heaven, and said, "Abraham, Abraham." And he said, "Here am I." And he said, "Lay not your hand upon the boy, neither do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked behind him, a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah-Jireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called to Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, says the Lord, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your only son, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your offspring as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And your offspring shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham lived at Beersheba. And it happened after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Look, Milcah, she has also borne children to your brother Nahor, Huz's firstborn, and Buzz's brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Chest, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah. She bore also Tebah, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Maachah. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath-arba, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying to him, Hear us, my Lord, you are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he talked with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me, for a possession of a burying place among you. And Ephron lived among the children of Heth, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of a city, saying, No, my Lord, hear me, the field give I you, and the cave that is therein I give it you. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it, you bury your dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land, and he spoke to Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if you will give it, I pray you hear me, I will give you money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him, My Lord, listen to me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between me and you? Bury therefore your dead. And Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure to Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure to Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that you shall not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I live. But you shall go to my country and to my kindred, and take a wife to my son Isaac. And the servant said to him, perhaps the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. Must I needs bring your son again to the land from where you came? And Abraham said to him, beware that you bring not my son there again. The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke to me, and that swore to me, saying, to your offspring will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife to my son from there. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son there again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down outside the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray you send me good speed this day, and show kindness to my master Abraham. Look, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the girl to whom I shall say, let down your pitcher, I pray you that I may drink. And she shall say, drink, and I will give your camels drink. Also let the same be she that you have appointed for your servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that you have showed kindness to my master. And it happened before he had finished speaking that, look, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the girl was very fair to look upon a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, let me, I pray you, drink a little water of your pitcher. And she said, drink, my lord. And she hurried and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had finished giving him drink, she said, I will draw water hurried and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again to the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace to know whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And it happened, as the camels had finished drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you. Is there room in your father's house for us to stay in?" And she said to him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bore to Nahor." She said moreover to him, "We have both straw and feed enough, and room to stay in." And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. And he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy, and his truth, I being in the way the Lord led me to the house of my master's brothers." And the girl ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out to the man to the well. And it happened, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rebekah, his sister, saying, "This is how the man spoke to me," that he came to the man, and look, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, "Come in, you blessed of the Lord, why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels." And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and feed for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told my errand." And he said, "Speak on." And he said, "I am Abraham's servant." And the Lord has blessed my master greatly, and he is become great. And he has given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and men servants and maidservants, and camels and donkeys. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him has he given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, "You shall not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live, but you shall go to my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son. And I said to my master, perhaps the woman will not follow me. And he said to me, the Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with you and prosper your way. And you shall take a wife for my son of my kindred and of my father's house. Then shall you be clear from this my oath, when you come to my kindred, and if they give not you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day to the well and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way, which I go. Look, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the girl comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray you, a little water of your pitcher to drink. And she says to me, both drink you, and I will also draw for your camels. Let the same be the woman whom the Lord has appointed for my master's son. And before I had finished speaking in my heart, look, Rebecca came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down to the well and drew water, and I said to her, let me drink, I pray you. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, whose daughter are you? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter for his son. And now if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceeds from the Lord. We cannot speak to you bad or good. Look, Rebecca is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as the Lord has spoken. And it happened that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and stayed all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away to my master. And her her brother and her mother said, "Let the girl stay with us a few days. At least 10 after that she shall go." And he said to them, "Do not delay me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master." And they said, "We will call the girl and ask her what she says." And they called Rebekah and said to her, "Will you go with this man?" And she said, "I will go." And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "You are our sister. May you become the mother of thousands of millions, and let your offspring possess the gate of those who hate them." And Rebekah arose and her maids, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahairoi, for he lived in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the evening. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and look, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she got down from the camel. For she had said to the servant, "What man is this that walks in the field to meet us?" And the servant had said, "It is my master." So she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan became the father of Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Limim. And the sons of Midian were Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abida, and Eldah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had to Isaac. But to the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived eastward to the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived 175 years. Then Abraham died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it happened after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac lived by the well Lahairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham, son whom Hagar the Egyptian Sarah's maid bore to Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tamajeter, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes, according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years, and he died, and was gathered to his people. And they lived from Havilah to Shur, that is before Egypt, as you go toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brothers. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Paddan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife, because she was barren, and the Lord was moved by his prayer. And Rebekah his wife conceived, and the children struggled together within her. And she said, "If it be so, why am I thus?" And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two manner of people shall be separated from your body, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger." And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, look, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a quiet man, living in tents. And Isaac loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob boiled stew, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, "Feed me, I pray you, with that same red stew, for I am faint." Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, "Sell me this day your birthright." Esau said, "Look, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me?" And Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." And he swore to him, and he sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and stew of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. And there was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, to Gerar. And the Lord appeared to him and said, "Do not go down into Egypt, live in the land which I shall tell you of. Stay in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless you, for to you and to your offspring I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. And I will make your offspring to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give to your offspring all these countries. And in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws." And Isaac lived in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, "She is my sister," for he feared to say, "She is my wife," lest said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was beautiful to look upon. And it happened when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window and saw, and look, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, "Look, surely she is your wife." And how said you, "She is my sister?" And Isaac said to him, "Because I said, lest I die for her." And Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your wife, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us." And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, "He that touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold. And the Lord blessed him. And the man became great, and went forward and grew, until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks and possession of herds, and a great store of of servants, and the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go from us, for you are much mightier than we." And Isaac departed from there and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar and lived there. And Isaac dug again the wells of water which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father. For the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "The water is ours." And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from there and dug another well, and for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, "For now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land." And he went up from there to Beersheba, and the Lord appeared to him the same night, and said, "I am the God of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you and will bless you, and multiply your offspring for my servant Abraham's sake." And he built an altar there and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzath one of his friends, and Phicol the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said to them, "Why have you come to me, since you hate me and have sent me away from you?" And they said, "We saw certainly that the Lord was with you, and we said, let there be now an oath between us, even between us and you. And let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no hurt, as we have not touched you, and as we have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of the Lord." And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it happened the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said to him, "We have found water." And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took as wives Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. which were a grief of mine to Isaac and to Rebekah. And it happened when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim so that he could not see. He called Esau, his eldest son, and said to him, "My son," and he said to him, "Look, here I am." And he said, "Look now, I am old, I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray, your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and take me some venison, and make me savory food such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die." And Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spoke to Jacob her son, saying, "Look, I heard your father speak to Esau your brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory food that I may eat, and bless you before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock and fetch me from there 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory food for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death." And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "Look, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perhaps will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing." And his mother said to him, "Upon me be your curse, my son, only obey my voice, and go fetch them to me." And he went and fetched, and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory food, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son, Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory food and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came to his father and said, "My father." And he said, "Here am I, who are you, my son?" And Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me, and And Isaac said to his son, "How is it that you hounded it so quickly, my son?" And he said, "Because the Lord your God brought it to me." And Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near, I pray you, that I may feel you, my son, whether you be my very son Esau or not." And Jacob went near to Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him, and he said, "Are you my very son Esau?" And he said, "I am." And he said, "Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you." And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said to him, "Come near now, and kiss me, my son." And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, "See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord has blessed." Therefore God give you of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you. And it happened as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory food, and brought it to his father, and said to his father, "Let my father rise and eat of his son, his venison, that your soul may bless me." And Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am your son, your firstborn Esau." And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Where is he that has taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him, yes, and he shall be blessed." And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." And he said, "Your brother came with deceit, and has taken away your blessing." he said, "Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. And look now, he has taken away my blessing." And he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" And Isaac answered and said to Esau, "Look, I have made him your lord, and all his brothers have I given to him for servants. And with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now for you, my son?" And Esau said to his father, "Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father." And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said to him, "Look, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live, and shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck." And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, "The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I kill my brother Jacob." And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said to him, "Look, your brother Esau, as touching you, does comfort himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee to Laban, my brother, to Haran, and stay with him a few days, until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from there. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?" And Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these, which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?" And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said to him, "You shall not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take a wife from there of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And God Almighty bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of of Abraham, to you and to your offspring with you, that you may inherit the land wherein you are a stranger, which God gave to Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Paddan Aram, to Laban son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Paddan Aram to take him a wife from there, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, You shall not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Paddan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau to Ishmael, and took to the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. Jacob left Beersheba and began his journey toward Haran. As evening came, he stopped to rest, placing a stone beneath his head, and slept there through the night. While he slept, he saw a dream, a stairway reaching from earth to heaven, and the angels of God were going up and coming down. Above it, the Lord stood and said, I am the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac. The land where you rest I will give to you and to your descendants. Your descendants will spread across the earth to every direction, and through you all families of the world will receive blessing. Remember, I am with you wherever you go. I will watch over you and bring you home again. I will never leave you until every promise has been fulfilled. Jacob awoke, filled with wonder, and said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. With reverence he said, This place is holy. It's the house of God, the gate of heaven. Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone that had supported his head, set it upright, and poured oil upon it. He called that place Bethel, though it had once been called Luz. Then Jacob made a promise, if God remains with me, guides my journey, and provides what I need, if I return home in peace, the Lord will forever be my God. This stone will stand as a memorial to the house of God, and from all that he gives me I will gladly return a tenth to him. Du-du-dun, du-du-dun. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked and looked well in the field, and look, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well mouth. And there were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well mouth in his place. And Jacob said to them, "My brothers, from where are you?" And they said, "From Haran are we." And he said to them, "Do you know Laban the son of Nahor?" And they said, "We know him." And he said to them, "Is he well?" And they said, "He is well. And look, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep." And he said, "Look, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water the sheep and go and feed them." And they said, "We cannot until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well mouth, then we water the sheep." And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it happened when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's kinsman, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it happened when Laban heard the news of Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, "Surely you are my bone and my flesh." And he stayed with him the space of a month. And Laban said to Jacob, "Because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be?" And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel and said, "I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter." And Laban said, "It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Stay with me." And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but but a few days for the love he had for her. And Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go into her." And Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made a feast. And it happened in the evening that he took Leah his daughter and brought her to him, and he went into her. And Laban gave to his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for a handmaid. And it happened that in the morning, look, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you beguiled me?" And Laban said, "It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve with me yet 7 other years." And Jacob did so and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also to Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, "Surely the Lord has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me." And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, "Because the Lord has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also." And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, "Now this time will my husband be joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son, and she said, "Now will I praise the Lord." Therefore she called his name Judah, and left bearing. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, "Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes." And she said to her, "Is it a small matter that you have taken my husband? And would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" And Rachel said, "Therefore he shall lie with you tonight, for your son's mandrakes Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must come in to me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." And he lay with her that night. And God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a fifth son. And Leah said, "God has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband." And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. And Leah said, "God has endowed me with a good dowry. Now will my husband live with me, because I have borne him six sons." And she called his name Zebulun. And afterward she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said, "God has taken away my reproach." And she called his name Joseph, and said, "The Lord shall add to me another son." And it happened, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, "Send me away, that I may go to my own place and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go for you. Know my service, which I have done for you." And Laban said to him, "I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, stay. For I have learned by experience that the Lord has blessed me for your sake." And he said, "Appoint me your wages, and I will give it." And he said to him, "You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased to a multitude. And the Lord has blessed you since my coming. And now, when shall I provide for my own house also?" And he said, "What shall I give you?" And Jacob said, "You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from there all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats. And of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before your face. Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me." And Laban said, "Look, I would it might be according to your word." And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-streaked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and everyone that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and peeled white streaks in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-streaked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-streaked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not to Laban's cattle. And it happened whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in, so the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob says. Exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maid servants, and men servants, and camels, and donkeys. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and look, it was not toward him as before. And the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his flock, and said to them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before. The God of my father has been with me. And you know that with all my power I have served your father, and your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but God suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, the speckled shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ring streak shall be your hire, then bore all the cattle ring streaked. Thus God has taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it happened at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream, and looked, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-streaked, speckled and grizzled. the angel of God spoke to me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, here am I. And he said, lift up now your eyes and see all the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-streaked, speckled and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you vowed a vow to me. Now arise, get out from this land, and return to the land of your kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has sold us, and has quite devoured also our money. For all the riches which God has taken from our father, that is ours and our children's. Now then, whatsoever God has said to you, do. Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting which he had gotten in Paddan Aram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, in that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob was fled, and he took his brothers with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey. And they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said to him, take heed that you speak not to Jacob either good or bad. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountain. Laban with his brothers pitched in the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, what have you done that you have stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Why did you flee away secretly and steal away from me, and did not tell me that I might have sent you away with mirth and with songs, with tabret and with harp? And you have not suffered me to kiss my have now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt, but the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, take heed that you speak not to Jacob, either good or bad. And now though you would needs be gone, because you sore longed after your father's house, yet why have you stolen my gods? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid, for I said, perhaps you would take by force your daughters from me. With whomsoever you find your gods, let him not live before our brothers. Discern you what is yours with me, and take it to you. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father, let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but found not the images. And Jacob was angry and chided with Laban, and Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is my trespass, what is my sin, that you have so hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brothers and your brothers, that they may judge between us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of your flock have I not eaten. That which was torn by beasts I brought not to you. I bore the loss of it of my hand. Did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night? Thus I was in the day, the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle. And you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely you had sent me away. Now empty God has seen my affliction, and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you last night. said to Jacob, "These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day to these my daughters, or to their children which they have borne? Now therefore come you, let us make a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you." And Jacob took a stone, and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said to his brothers, "Gather stones," and they took stones and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Jegar-sahadutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. And Laban said, "This heap is a witness between me and you this day." Therefore was the name of it called Gilead. And Mizpah, for he said, "The Lord watch between me and you, when we are absent one from another. If you shall afflict my daughters, or if you shall take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness between me and you." And Laban said to Jacob, "Look this heap, and look this pillar, which I have cast between me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and that you shall not pass over this heap and this pillar to me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us." And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brothers to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and stayed all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed and returned to his place. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's host." And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, to the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, "Thus shall you speak to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says thus, I have stayed with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and donkeys, flocks and men servants and women servants, and I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in your sight." And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, "We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him." Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and herds and the camels into 2 bands, and said, if Esau comes to the one company and smites it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which said to me, return to your country and to your kindred, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have showed to your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. For I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and make your offspring as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he stayed there that same night, and took off that which came to his hand, a present for Esau his brother, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every flock by itself, and said to his servants, pass over before me, and put a space between flock and flock. And he commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, whose are you, and where do you go, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, they are your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my lord Esau, and look also, he is behind us. And so he commanded the second and the third, and all that followed the flock, saying, in this manner shall you speak to Esau when you find him, and say also, look, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face, perhaps he will accept me. So the present went over before him, and he himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that which he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaks." And he said, "I will not let you go, except you bless me." And he said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince you have power with God and with men, and have prevailed." And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I pray you, your name." And he said, "Why is it that you do ask after my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he limped upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh to this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and look, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children to Leah and to Rachel and to the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph last. And he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him. And they wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children, and said, "Who are those with you?" And he said, "The children which God has graciously given your servant." Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, "What do you mean by all this drove which I met?" And he said, "These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord." And Esau said, "I have enough, my brother. Keep that which you have for yourself." And Jacob said, "No, I pray you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of God, and you were pleased with me. Take, I pray you, my blessing that is brought to you, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough." And he urged him, and he took it. And he stayed there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand, a present for Esau his brother. 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every flock by itself, and said to his servants, "Pass over before me, and put a space between flock and flock." And he commanded the foremost, saying, "When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where do you go, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They are your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my lord Esau, and look also, he is behind us." And so he commanded the second and the third, and all that followed the flock, saying, "In this manner shall you speak to Esau when you find him, and say also, Your servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perhaps he will accept me." And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul cleaved to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly to the damsel. And Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Get me this damsel to wife." And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very angry, because he had wrought folly in Israel, in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, "The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you give her him to wife, and make you marriages with us, and give your daughters to us, and take our daughters to you. And you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you dwell, and trade you therein, and her father and to her brothers, let me find grace in your eyes, and what you shall say to me, I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as you shall say to me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor, his father, deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said to them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach to us. But in this will we consent to you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not listen to us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land and trade therein for the land. Behold, it is large enough for them, let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent to us, for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent to them, and they will dwell with us. And to Hamor and to Shechem his son listened all that went out of the gate of his city. And every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it happened on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep and their oxen and their donkeys, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth and all their little ones and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house." And they said, "Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot?" And God said to Jacob, "Arise, go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make there an altar to God that appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother." Then Jacob said to his household and to all that were with him, "Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar to God who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went." And they gave to Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared to him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Elon Bakuth. And God appeared to Jacob again when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And God said to him, "Your name is Jacob. Your name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be your name." And he called his name Israel. And God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply, a nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac I will give to you, and to your offspring after you will I give the land. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him, and Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spoke with him Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it happened when she was in hard labor that the midwife said to her, "Fear not, you shall have this son also." And it happened as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar. And it happened when Israel dwelt in that land that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Paddan Aram. And Jacob came to Isaac his father to Mamre, to the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac stayed. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered to his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebagoth, and Adah bore to Esau Eliphaz, and and Basemath bore Reuel, and Oholibama bore Jush, and Jalam and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born to him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his possessions, which he had gotten in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than that, they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them, because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Ida, the wife of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Timna, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timna was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Ada, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Oholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bore to Esau Jush, and Jalam, and Korah. These were chiefs of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, chief Timna, chief Omar, chief Zepho, chief Kenaz, chief Korah, chief Gatam, and chief Amalek. These are the chiefs that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, chief Nahath, chief Zerah, chief Shammah, chief Mizah. These are the chiefs that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Oholibama, Esau's wife, chief Jesh, chief Jalam, chief Korah. These were the chiefs that came of Oholibama, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their chiefs. These are the sons of Seir, the Horrid, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shobal, and Zibeon, and Anna, and Disson, and Azer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timna. And the children of Shobal were these: Alvan, and Manahath, Nathaniel, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ijah and Anna. This was that Anna that found the hot springs in the wilderness, as he fed the donkeys of Zibeon his father. And the children of Anna were these: Dison and Oholibama, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dison, Hemdan and Eshban and Ithran and Sharon. The children of Azer are these: Bilhan and Zavan and Akan. The children of Dishan are these: Uz and Aran. These are the chiefs that came of the Horites: chief Lotan, chief Shobal, chief Zibeon, chief Anna, chief Dison, chief Azer, chief Dishan. These are the chiefs that came of Hori, among their chiefs in the land of Ser. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela the son of Beor reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Bozrah reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Avith. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baalhanan the son of Akbor reigned in his stead. And Baalhanan the son of Akbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the chiefs that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: chief Timnah, chief Alba, chief Jetheth, chief Oholibama, chief Elah, chief Pinon, chief Kenaz, chief Teman, chief Mibzar, chief Magdiel, chief Iram. These be the chiefs of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah. And with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, and Joseph brought to his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and could not speak peaceably to him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him yet the more. And he said to them, "Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For look, we were binding sheaves in the field, and look, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And look, your sheep stood round about and made obeisance to my sheaf." And his brothers said to him, "Shall you indeed reign over us? Or shall you indeed have dominion over us?" And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it to his brothers, and said, "Look, I have dreamed a dream more. And look, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me." And he told it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow down ourselves to you to the earth?" And his brothers envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, "Do not your brothers feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you to them." And he said to him, "Here am I." And he said to him, "Go, I pray you, see whether it be well with your brothers, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again." So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and look, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, "What do you seek?" And he said, "I seek my brothers. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks." And the man said, "They are departed from here, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" And Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, "Look, this dreamer comes. Come now therefore, and let us slay him and cast him into some pit, and we will say, 'Some evil beast has devoured him.'" come of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands and said, "Let us not kill him." And Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again." And it happened, when Joseph was come to his brothers, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, gonna carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, "What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh." And his brothers were content. Then there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned to the pit, and look, Joseph was not in the pit, and he tore his clothes. And he returned to his brothers and said, "The child is not, and where shall I go?" And they took Joseph's coat and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, "This have we found, know now whether it be your son's coat or no." And he knew it and said, "It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces." And Jacob tore his clothes and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "For I will go down into the grave to my son mourning." Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard. Dun, 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 dun. And it happened at that time that Judah went down from his brothers and turned into a certain Adullamite whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua, and he took her and went into her. And she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Chazib when she bore him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said to Onan, "Go into your brother's wife and marry her, and raise up offspring to your brother." And Onan knew that the offspring should not be his, and it happened when he went into his brother's wife that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give offspring to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, therefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow at your father's house, until Shelah my son be grown." For he said, lest perhaps he die also, as his brothers did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died, and Judah was comforted, and went up to his sheep shears to Timnath, he and his friend Hira, the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, "Look, your father-in-law goes up to Timnath to share his sheep." And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnath, for she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned to her by the way, and said, "Go to, I pray you, let me come into you." For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, "What will you give me that you may come into me?" And he said, "I will send you a kid from the flock." And she said, "Will you give me a pledge until you send it?" And he said, "What pledge shall I give you?" And she said, "Your signet and your bracelets and your staff that is in your hand." And he gave it her, and came into her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, "Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside?" And they said, "There was no harlot in this place." And he returned to Judah and said, "I cannot find her." And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, "Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Look, I sent this kid, and you have not found her." And it happened about 3 months after that, it was told Judah, saying, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and also look, she is with child by whoredom." And Judah said, "Bring her forth and let her be burnt." When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "By the man whose these are, am I with child?" And she said, "Discern, I pray you, whose are these, the signet and bracelets and staff?" And Judah acknowledged them and said, "She has been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son." And he knew her again no more. And it happened in the time of her travail, that look, twins were in her womb. And it happened when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, "This came out first." And it happened as he drew back his hand, that look, his brother came out. And she said, "How have you broken forth? This breach be upon you." Therefore his name was called Perez. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down there. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house. And all that he had he put into his hand. And it happened from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand. And he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person, and well-favored. And it happened after these things, that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, "Lie with me." But he refused, and said to his master's wife, "Look, my master knows not what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept back anything from me. But you, because you are his wife, how then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" And it happened as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he listened not to her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it happened about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand, and fled and got him out. And it happened when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called to the men of her house, and spoke to them, saying, "Look, he has brought in a Hebrew to us to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice." And it happened when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spoke to him according to these words, saying, "The Hebrew servant which you have brought to us came in to me to mock me." And it happened as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it happened when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spoke to him, saying, "After this manner did your servant to me," that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did prosper. And it happened after these things that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord, the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry against two of his officers, against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came into them in the morning, and looked upon them, and look, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, "Why look you so sadly today?" And they said to him, "We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it." And Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you." And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, "In my dream, look, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand." And Joseph said to him, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head and restore you to your place. And you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand after the former manner, when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you, to me, and make mention of me to Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing, that they should put me into the dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, "I also was in my dream, and look, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked food for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head." And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the bird shall eat your flesh from off you. And it happened the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast to all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler to his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. And it happened at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and look, he stood by the river. And look, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored cows and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And look, 7 other cows came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other cows upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed cows did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat cows. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed the 2nd time. And look, 7 ears of grain came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And look, 7 thin ears and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and look, it was a dream. And it happened in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret them to Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler to Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was angry with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he, we dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, a Hebrew servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it happened as he interpreted to us, so it was me he restored to my office, and him he hanged. called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself and changed his raiment and came into Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said to Joseph in my dream, Look, I stood upon the bank of the river, and look, there came up out of the river 7 cows, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And look, 7 other cows came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored cows did eat up the first 7 fat cows. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. So I awoke, and I saw in my dream, and look, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good. And look, 7 ears withered thin and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this to the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me. And Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken to Pharaoh. What God is about to do, he shows to Pharaoh. Look, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt, and there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land, and the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine. Following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled to Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years. and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants, "Can we find such a one as this, as a man in whom the Spirit of God is?" And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "For as much as God has showed you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you." And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Look, I have set you over all the land of Egypt." And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him, "Bow the knee." And he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt." Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paneah, and he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls, and he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field which was round about every city laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered grain as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bore to him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for God said, "He has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house." And the name of the second called he Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt dearth began to come according as Joseph had said, and the dearth was in all lands. But in all the land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph, what he says to you do." And the famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians, and the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all lands. Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt. Jacob said to his sons, "Why do you look one upon another?" And he said, "Look, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy for us from there, that we may live and not die." And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother Jacob, sent not with his brothers, for he said, "Lest perhaps mischief befall him." And the sons of Israel came to buy grain. Among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brothers, and he knew them, but made himself strange to them, and spoke roughly to them. And he said to them, "From where come you?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan, to buy food." And Joseph knew his brothers, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said to them, "You are spies to see the nakedness of the land. You are come." And they said to him, "No, my lord, but to buy food are your servants come. We are all one man's sons, we are true men. Your servants are no spies." And he said to them, "No, but to see the nakedness of the land you are come." And they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And look, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not." And Joseph said to them, "That is it that I spoke to you, saying, You are spies. Hereby you shall be proved by the life of Pharaoh. You shall not go forth from here, except your youngest brother come here." Send one of you and let him fetch your brother, and you shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh, surely you are spies. And he put them all together into ward 3 days. And Joseph said to them the 3rd day, this do and live for. I fear God. If you be true men, let one of your brothers be bound in the house of your prison. Go you carry grain for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother to me, so shall your words be verified, and you shall not die. And they did so. And they said one to another, we are verily guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, spoke I not to you, saying, do not sin against the child? And you would not hear. Therefore behold, also his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way, and thus did he to them. And they loaded their donkeys with the grain, and departed from there. And as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey fodder, in the inn he saw his money, for look, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said to his brothers, my money is restored, and look, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, what is this that God has done to us? And they came to Jacob their father, to the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell to them, saying, the man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said to him, we are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brothers, sons of our father, one is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said to us, hereby shall I know that you are true men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother to me, then shall I know that you are no spies, but that you are true men. So will I deliver you your brother, and you shall trade in the land. And it happened as they emptied their sacks, look, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said to them, "You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and you will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me." And Reuben spoke to his father, saying, "Slay my two sons. If I bring him not to you, deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again." And he said, "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which you go, then shall you bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave." And the famine was sore in the land. And it happened when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said to them, "Go again, buy us a little food." And Judah spoke to him, saying, "The man did solemnly protest to us, saying, You shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down." For the man said to us, "You shall not see my face, except your brother be with you." And Israel said, "Why dealt you so ill with me, as to tell the man whether you had yet a brother?" And they said, "The man asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have you another brother?" And we told him, according to the tenor of these words, could we certainly know that he would say, "Bring your brother down." And Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him of my hand. Shall you require him if I bring him not to you, and set him before you? Then let me bear the blame forever. For except we had lingered surely now, we had returned this second time." And their father Israel said to them, "If it must be so, now do this: take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man present a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks. Carry it again in your hand, peradventure it was an oversight. Take also your brother and arise, go again to the man. And God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, bring these men home and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house, and they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our donkeys. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, oh, sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and look, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, peace be to you, fear not your God, and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money. And he brought Simeon out to them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their donkeys fodder. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he yet alive? And they answered, your servant, our father, is in good health, he is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother, of whom you spoke to me? And he said, God be gracious to you, my son. And Joseph made haste for his heart, did he earn upon his brother, and he sought where to weep, and he entered into his chamber and wept there, and he washed his face and went out and refrained himself and said, set on bread. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians, which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. And they set before him the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent portions to them from before him. But Benjamin's portion was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, fill the men's sacks with food as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his grain money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said to his steward, up, follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, why have you rewarded evil for good? Is not this it in which my Lord drinks, and whereby indeed he divines you have done evil in so doing? And he overtook them, and he spoke to them these same words. And they said to him, why says my Lord these words? God forbid that your servants should do according to this thing. Look, the money which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again to you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomever of your servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. And he said, now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and you shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they tore their clothes and loaded every man his donkey, and returned to the city. And Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said to them, "What deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that such a man as I can certainly divine?" And Judah said, "What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God has found out the iniquity of your servants. Look, we are my Lord's servants, both we, and he also, with whom the cup is found." And he said, "God forbid that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, go in peace to your father." Then Judah came near to him and said, "O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh." My Lord asked his servants, saying, "Have you a father or a brother?" And we said to my Lord, "We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one. And his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him." And you said to your servants, "Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes upon him." And we said to my Lord, "The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die." And you said to your servants, "Except your youngest brother come down with you, you shall see my face no more." And it happened when we came up to your servant, my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, "Go again and buy us a little food." And we said, "We cannot go down if our youngest brother be with us. Then will we go down, for we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us." And your servant, my father, said to us, "You know that my wife bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me." And I said, "Surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. And if you take this also from me, and mischief befall him, you shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to your servant, my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And your servants shall bring down the gray hairs of your servant, our father, with sorrow to the grave. For your servant became surety for the lad to my father, saying, if I bring him not to you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you let your servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brothers. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father? Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried, 'Cause every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph, does my father yet live? And his brothers could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said to his brothers, come near to me, I pray you. And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves that you sold me here, for God did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in the which there shall neither be earing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me here, but God, and he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Hurry you and go up to my father, and say to him, thus says your son Joseph, God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, linger not. And you shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near to me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have. And there will I nourish you, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. And look, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks to you. And you shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that you have seen. And you shall haste and bring down my father here. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brothers and wept upon them. And after that, his brothers talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, say to your brothers, this do you load your beasts, and go get you to the land of Canaan. And take your father and your households, and come to me. And I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and you shall eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded this, do you take you wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. And the children of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-donkeys loaded with grain and bread and food for his father by the way. So he sent his brothers away, and they departed, and he said to them, see that you fall not out by the way. And they went up out of Egypt, and came into the land of Canaan to Jacob their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said to them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. And Israel said, it is enough, Joseph, my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, here am I. And he said, I am God, the God of your father. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of you a great nation. I will go down with you into Egypt, and I will also surely bring you up again. And Joseph shall put his hand upon your eyes. And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his offspring with him. His sons and his sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his offspring brought he with him into Egypt. And these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt: Jacob and his sons, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn. And the sons of Reuben, Hanok and Phalu, and Hezron and Carmi. And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel and Jamin, and Ohad and Jachin and Zohar and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath and Merari. And the sons of Judah, and Onan and Shelah and Pharez and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Pharez were Hezron and Hamul. And the sons of Issachar, Tola and Puvah and Job and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Serd and Elon and Jaleel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Hagi, Shuni and Esbon, Eri and Arodi and Areli. And the sons of Asher, Jimnah and Ishua and Iswi and Beriah and Sarah, their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore to Jacob, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And to Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bore to him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela and Becher and Ashbel, Jerah and Naamaneh and Roshmuppim and Huppim and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushim. And the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel and Guni and Jezer and Shillem. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bore these to Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Jacob into Egypt, which came out of his body, besides Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Egypt, were 70. And he sent Judah before him to Joseph to direct his face to Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father to Goshen, and presented himself to him. And he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are yet alive." And Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's house, "I will go up and show Pharaoh brothers and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come to me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, what is your occupation? That you shall say, your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth, even until now, both we and also our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brothers and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And look, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brothers, even 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, what is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said moreover to Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land are we come, for your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, your father and your brothers are come to you. The land of Egypt is before you, in the best of the land. Make your father and brothers to dwell in the land of Goshen, let them dwell. And if you know any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Jacob his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, how old are you? And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years few. And evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brothers, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Rameses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brothers, and all his father's household with bread, according to their families. was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the grain which they bought, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails." And Joseph said, "Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle, if money fails." And they brought their cattle to Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the donkeys. Then he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended, they came to him the second year and said to him, "We will not hide it from my Lord, how that our money is spent. My Lord also has our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my Lord but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh, and give us seed that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate." And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Egypt even to the other end thereof. Only the land of the priest body not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them, wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said to the people, "Look, I have bought you this day, and your land for Pharaoh. Look, here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that you shall give the 5th part to Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little ones." And they said, "You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants." And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt to this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's own. And Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew and multiplied exceedingly. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob was 147 years. time drew near that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph and said to him, "If now I have found grace in your sight, could I pray you your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me? Bury me not, I pray you, in Egypt, but I will lie with my fathers, and you shall carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their burying place." And he said, "I will do as you have said." And he said, "Swear to me." And he swore to him, and Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. And it happened after these things that one told Joseph, "Look, your father is sick." And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said, "Look, your son Joseph comes to you." And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said to me, Look, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will make of you a multitude of people, and will give this land to your offspring after you for an everlasting possession." And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born to you in the land of Egypt before I came to you into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And your issue which you beget after them shall be yours, and shall be called after the name of their brothers in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Paddan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan, in the way when yet there was but a little way to come to Ephrath, and I buried her there in the way of Ephrath, the same is Bethlehem. And Israel saw Joseph's sons and said, "Who are these?" And Joseph said to his father, "They are my sons, whom God has given me in this place." And he said, "Bring them, I pray you, to me, and I will bless them." Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near to him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Israel said to Joseph, "I had not thought to see your face, and look, God has showed me also your offspring." And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near to him. And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands knowingly. For Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long to this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads and let my name be named on them, the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And he blessed them that day, saying, in you shall Israel bless, saying, God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said to Joseph, behold, I die, but God shall be with you, and bring you again to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brothers, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword and with my bow. And Jacob called to his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together and hear, you sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed and defiled you. He went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi are brothers, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not you into their secret, to their assembly, my honor. Be not you united, for in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dig down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Judah, you are he whom your brother shall praise. Your hand shall be in the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion swelled from the prey. My son, you are gone up. He stooped down. He couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and to him shall the gathering of the people be. Binding his foal to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be to Zidon. Issachar is a strong donkey couching down between two burdens, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant to tribute. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that bites the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for your salvation, O Lord. God, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose, he gives goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob. From there is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Even by the God of your father, who shall help you, and by the Almighty, who shall bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies under, blessings of the breasts and of the womb. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors, to the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brothers. Benjamin shall raven shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is it that their fathers spoke to them and blessed them, everyone according to his blessing. He blessed them. And he charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite, for a possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife. And there I buried Leah, the purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. And when Jacob had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed and yielded up the ghost, and was gathered to his people. And Joseph fell upon his father's face and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke to the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Look, I die in my grave, which I have digged for me in the land of Canaan. There shall you bury me. Now therefore let me go up, I pray you, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, according as he made you swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt. And all the house of Joseph, and his brothers, and his father's house, only their little ones, and their flocks, and their herds, they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan, and there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning, to the Egyptians, wherefore the name of it was called Abel Mizraim, which is beyond Jordan. And his sons did to him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite before Mamre. And Joseph returned into Egypt, he and his brothers, and all that went up with him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will peradventure hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did to him. And they sent a messenger to Joseph, saying, Your father did command before he died, saying, So shall you say to Joseph, Forgive, I pray you now, the trespass of your brothers and their sin, for they did to you evil. And now we pray you, forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. And his brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, Look, we be your servants. And Joseph said to them, Fear not, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, you thought evil against me, but God meant it for good to bring to pass, as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now therefore fear you not, I will nourish you and your little ones. And he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. And Joseph dwelt in Egypt, he in his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation, the children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said to his brothers, I die, and God will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land to the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt.